have to wonder, why didn't she name LeBron or any other Brooklyn
Pull a few strings, grease a few palms, twist a few arms, and bang! Just like that, the Department of Fish and Wildlife has a new base of operations. Now, we'll need to hit the ground running if we're gonna have this place ready for something it hasn't dealt with in 65 million years. The bare bones are established. But before the ones covered in flesh and blood arrive, we'll need it fully functioning. Owen and Claire are already on site. They'll have more info for you. Dr. Dua will be coordinating your activities. And me? I'll be managing expectations and staying an arm's length away from the Metosauruses. Oh, wait. Arm's length is probably not the best choice of words.
We may need some additional hands on this one. Mr. Lambert?
Standing by and ready to go. Just give the word.
George Lambert is an expert ranger who worked with us in the islands and is now with the DFW. He and Owen will deal with the dinosaurs, while we address the facilities.
There are a number of animals from your previous captures that will be coming your way soon. Delays are unacceptable.
Understood. We'll start with the construction of animal enclosures.
We'll catch him, you keep him.
Asset in transit. Assets in the air.
We have new arrivals that will need food and housing.
I'd also suggest keeping a close eye on these dinosaurs until they settle into their surroundings.
Lambert's right. They've had a taste of the wild. Confinement may not sit well with them.
Okay. We make no assumptions and pay attention to all the details.
Good. Remember, just like us, the dinosaurs are always learning.
And you need to keep that in mind as you build another dinosaur habitat. Safety first, for them and us. Get it built, then get the dinosaurs into the new enclosure. That about cover it, Doc?
perfectly.
Asset delivery confirmed. En route to collect the asset. Collecting asset. Transit has commenced. Asset being transported. Delivery complete. Delivery has been completed. asset has been collected.
I'm not sure I'll ever be fully comfortable at the park, but the lab coats want to make sure the dinosaurs are, so that's a job you should stay on top of.
Confirming asset delivery.
The dinosaurs seem to be taking to their new surroundings. I want to make sure they are doing more than surviving, however. We need the animals thriving. As I'm sure you understand, our research is more valuable when we have superior specimens in their optimal conditions. So I want you to get a science center built and operational. This means more scientists will be needed, so build a staff center as well. Ultimately, science is about the data we collect and analyze. Rubbish in, rubbish out. We want to avoid that at all costs, especially when you consider the investment that has already been made in these dinosaurs. The CIA wants results, and we're going to get them. Period. Full stop. End of story.
Lambert here. We could really use an expedition center. Get one built.
Okay, Dr. Dua and that guy Finch must be getting pressure from above, because they want more animals rounded up. Check the expedition map, and dispatch a remote capture team to a hotspot. I'll do what I can on my end.
Okay, the good news first. We've been achieving some success with our remote capture teams, which means a steady supply of dinosaurs to our control center. Now that I like. Removing them from possible uncontrolled interaction with the general public is a 100% win in my book. Now to the bad news, which I always hate getting, but honestly, kind of enjoy giving. These animals are arriving with an unknown disease, and we've got to get a handle on it post-haste. That's management speak for PDQ, huh? Pretty damn quick. Dr. Dua?
We can diagnose this disease with scans from our mobile veterinary unit. We'll get it under control before too long.
That's good. Let's get to work.
Transportation underway. Asset has been delivered. Asset transportation complete. Heading to pick up the asset. En route to pick up the asset. Asset requiring collection.
You have to understand something. Owen and I signed on to this project because we want what is best for the dinosaurs. Not for them to be exploited or engineered, hacked and spliced and compromised.
They deserve a chance at life as much as any other living creature.
Honestly, perhaps even more, as the miracle of science gave them a second chance.
So, do the research, find the cure, and then let's use it. The dinosaurs die. Again, and listen, that's not going to happen.
Commencing asset transit. Asset delivered. Asset has been transported. Asset transported.
Dr. Dua, this is Lambert. I've just received word that you'd like us to increase our capture efforts. Can you confirm?
Yes, that's correct. We need to grow this facility, which means we need more animals. It's time to stress test our systems and make sure we're capable of managing both the science and our operations.
Understood. My teams are standing by. We still have a number of dinosaurs in the wild. Plenty of targets to bring in.
Assets. And yes, this will be an ongoing mission for us moving forward.
Transporting asset. Asset transportation underway. Transportation complete. Delivery complete. Unable to get to the asset. Asset transportation in progress. Commencing asset transit. Picking up asset. Asset transportation in progress. Asset delivered.
Omar, you take so long. I was about to like leave, man. Omar, you take so long. I was about to like leave, man. You just waking up or something? Let me see.
You get 2 blood furnace quests after turning? Yeah, I probably don't even need to turn this in. So I got 6 bars. Probably more like 5. That's not too bad. How long did it take? It probably took like 10 minutes. So like you're looking at like maybe 30,
God,
40,
Omar.
50-minute levels. Something like that. Do / timer next time?
Yeah, I'll stay on for a little bit.
My PC broke, can't play well. If your PC
Hold on.
like
I was just playing the dinosaur game. I
would try to
I just don't like that, like in the sandbox modes. I feel like in order to unlock everything, you
the odds are your PC didn't break.
Oh, lately I've been getting angry a lot, Omar, about everything. Like I'm getting like irritable with everything. I don't like games lately because of all the fucking crap you gotta do in all these games. Like, you know, like they don't just make it like. I feel like a lot of games are very tone deaf with the consumer, unfortunately. Doesn't matter what game. Like I feel like every game I play is like this lately. Like even like I don't even like know where I'm clicking half the fucking times, you know, and anything. It's like I feel like lost all the time now. With the way everything is becoming, you know? Everything's becoming so fucking like confusing, man. Like, you know, like one thing that pisses me off is you know, like I Frontier doesn't make it easy to have mods, right? Like they always make it a motherfucker. And what's so annoying about that is, like, let's say I want to go to, let's see if I could do this for you. I'll show you how this works. Alright, we'll put on my internet, Omar. This is my internet, Omar. Anyway. Now we go to Jurassic World. Jurassic World Evolution 2 mods, right? Let's see what they come up with. Nexus mods. See, this one looks kind of cool. You could put like real logos. I don't know if you see that, Omar. Like 7-Eleven and all that shit. Like it's whoops, I minimized that, sorry. Alright, so you could put like logos like 7-Eleven and real ones. But again, here's the thing. I think to do all of this stuff is not easy. Because again, Frontier makes it like a motherfucker to mod their games, right? So it's like, in order to even load this mod on, I think I have to download, hold on a second. Like, it looks like this is all easy. This is not easy, man. Like, none of this shit's easy. Like, it probably needs loaders and stuff. Like, whenever you mod a game, especially a game that gives you, like a heavy-duty lock, you know, when it comes to, you know, when it comes to, the problem is that to do all of this, like, see, like, look at this guy here. This guy's saying, look, 100% unlock save file for Jurassic Revolution 2. Download and install guide. Perfect for sandbox. Like, that sounds great, right? All in good. But the problem is, doing this is probably will take, like, several hours of just, like, you know, doing it right. Because Frontier is just cockblocks you when it comes to things like this. And I don't even know why. Like, it's kind of like stupid because it's not even like monetization reasons. It's just dumb. Frontier is a fucking company that is so anal about everything. They've always been like that with fucking Elite Dangerous and Planet Coaster and anything they made. They're always like so anal with their like shit. You know, they're always anal with their games, like have to be online to play and all this crap. I don't know if this game is like that, where you have to be online to play, but it's fucking stupid, you know. Look, yeah, so I will, get my 100% unlocked save file, download install guide, perfect for this. That sounds great, right, Omar? Oh, wow, that sounds so cool and easy, but that's probably not. It's probably, look. Oh, they're danking him, so maybe this is good. I don't know. But it's like, it makes me nervous, you know? Like, it's just like, kind of like, you pay all this money for these games, right? And they don't even want to, you know, look at this, added on November 25th. Like, we're already going into 2023. Did this guy just fucking not add anymore? No? Now it's just like, he gives up, right? Like, well, you know, there's new, and here's another thing. Look at this. Awesome Cobra. Cobra is the name of their, like, fucking engine or something. Let's see what this does. So they gotta download this installer. It looks like there's all sorts of fucking, you know, code and shit involved here. Awesome Cobra script extenders. A mod that does not offer any particular game fee, but enables other mods, right? So, as you can see right here, this is what they want you to do. It's like a lot of these stupid fucking mods require like a script tool to actually even load it on. Skyrim does that too, to a degree, but most of Skyrim you can mod without shit, right? If you want to play Skyrim and mod it, like really mod it, you need a program like this on your computer, and then you can really change everything in Skyrim. But just to do basic mods in a Frontier game, you need a program like this. That's like fucking gay. If that's not the epitome of gay, I don't know what is, man. Like, that's just fucking gay shit right there. That's just like they need to like ease up with locking their fucking games. Like, they're so fucking they're like wankers, man. They're fucking Euro wankers, those fucking people at Frontier. I really swear to God. Look at this shit. Did this guy... Oh, unlock save file. Perfect for sandbox. Did this guy even, like, update it, though? Oh, he did, actually. Uploaded last update, June 20. That's pretty good, actually. If this guy updates it, though, this is good. Back up... Let's see the importance here. Works for either Steam or Epic Games PC versions. Works with none any old deals. Now up to the okay, nice. Make sure to disable scientist research and expedition options and sandbox settings. Make sure to disable the scientist research and expedition. It doesn't look too hard. It says full video installed can be found on my YouTube channel here. Save file for hold on, maps database hunters. Back up your saves if you are not sure. Like, I personally, like, I don't like to just unlock everything. You know, like, I feel like it's almost like cheating, but the problem is it's not really... No, not all games let you do that, Omar. Not all games let you do that. Not a lot of games don't let you do that. There are games that are anal and games that aren't anal. That's just how it works. Okay? Like the little wrestling game I played? Sure. Let you go right into Steam's Workshop. Not this game. This game you have to go to Nexus mods and shit like that. There is no fucking mod workshop in this game. That's why there's no blood mod and shit like that. Like, you know, you can't just have like people getting massacred with blood all over the place, which I would love in a dinosaur game, but they can't do it. It's impossible. There's only certain things that they can do with the mods in this game, and it's because Frontier really fucking ball and chains this game, unfortunately, you know. I mean, it's a good game. I like the game. It's fun. It's got a good. It's a very decent park building game. But again, they you know, they don't make it easy. Nothing is easy in the gaming community anymore. Like I'm getting to a point in my age where I don't want to fucking like, honestly, Omar. You know, I've done all this shit in the past. I've done everything you can do with games. I've modded. I've done everything. You know it. You've seen my streams. I don't want to do it no more, dude. I'm getting old. I'm getting tired. I don't want to keep modding and keep going into fucking, you know, and adding. I just don't want to do it no more. It's like when the game starts to become work to get it to where I want it to be, like, I don't want to do it no more. It's like, you know, if I was your age, I probably wouldn't care because I got all the time in the world. But at my age, it's like, I don't want to do it no more, man. I just want to play. I just want to play a game that works. This is why I kind of stay away from computer games, you know? Because of things like this. Like, I just want to play. Make it fucking nice to play. You know, don't make it a motherfucker to... You know, I mean, you gotta see... Like, one thing... I knew that going into this game. Because the first game had that really steep, unlockable requirements and stuff. But this game... I mean, the one thing good is at least with the computer, you have the ability to get shit. But that's why I would never recommend getting a game like this for PS5 or something. Ever. Well, Omar, it's like, you know what it is? I'm going to explain to you. It's like a waste of time, okay? When you start to grow older, Omar, you start to realize, like, you could be doing better things in your life, right? Like, for example, like, I haven't even worked on my reactions yet because I'm waiting on headphones to come and shit like that. But if I would have had another 10 videos up, how much better would that have been for my monetization, right? I only have 700 watch hours. I need to get 4,000, right? But I got that 700 pretty quick. If I would have kept another 10 or 15 videos uploaded, guess what? I would have had fucking 1,500 watch hours by now, right? So where did that time go? Well, it went to video games. Right? At 37, at my age, you don't have too much time, man. Like, you know, you start to realize, like, well, you know, so I personally, like, I get very frustrated when I have to go through serious learning curves on a constant basis with video games. Because it's like even like, okay, like NBA 2K22, that was fine. I learned it fully, 100% learned it, right? 2K23 is different now. There's so many different things. Now there's fucking shot meters are different and blah, 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 blah. And now there's an adrenaline meter. I'm not going to learn it again. It's like relearning the same fucking thing in a different language. It's like relearning a language. Like, okay, you learned English. Now I'm going to take my fist and punch you so hard in your face that you're going to forget half of your English language. And now it's going to take you another year to relearn your English language. And you're going to say, well, why do I have to keep doing that? Well, if it was language, it would be important, right? Because language, you can communicate, you could get a job, you could go to school, you could do all sorts of things with language. This is video games. So I got to relearn video games on a constant basis. And at the end of the day, when the game is no longer playable or you're not there, where did your time go? Now you're 40, 45 years old. And you have to start learning real life shit because you spend all your time trying to learn game shit all the time. Because they always do this. You know? And this is what I'm trying to say. Is like, as you get older, you could spend your time way more in valuable directions than these stupid fucking video games that are like always cock blocking you with everything, you know, like this is a complete cock block. The fact that I would need to, I don't want to do this. Like I'm not really fond of downloading save files and stuff, but the sandbox mode is pretty cool in this game because it gives you so many options. You pay $100 for, you know, for this game and all the expansions. It's a super large amount of money that this company gets, and they don't even give you the ability to unlock. Like, not only do I have to pay, but it's grinding on top of paying. You know, and then they have to, like, okay, and you want, like, see, like, so this is why, of course, I'm gonna do something like this, so at least I can open the sandbox. I really don't give a fuck about the campaign that much. I'll play it anyway, but, Omar, some of the things that they want you to unlock, like, if you want to have a really cool skin for your Spinosaurus or something, they want you to do, like, the dumbest shit to unlock it. Go in the Ranger vehicle, go 60 miles an hour, and jump over a cliff and take a picture at the same time. Like, they want you to, micromanage some ridiculous, like, 5-stream task, almost an impossibility, some of these things. Right? Like, one of them, I think, is, like, you have to take a picture of an infected feeder with hookworms. Like, to get a cure for something, to get, like, a rabies. Like, wait a minute. Like, what? How does that happen? Well, first, the hookworms have to infect the feeder. That's random. That's an RNG. So what does that mean? 37 years old, I gotta wait now until the dice rolls on a random disease onto a feeder, and then I gotta take the Ranger vehicle and take a picture of the stupid feeder to unlock something. Like, really? Is that not tone deaf of the developers to realize, like, buddy, I don't have all the fucking time in the world to wait for your fucking RNG for me to unlock something. Like, are you fucking kidding me? I paid you $100. Don't fucking make it that hard, you psychopathic, tone-deaf fucking wankers from the UK. Jesus Christ, man. And this is what fucking aggravates me with video games, is that how tone-deaf and lack of testing and lack of fucking, like, anything. These people are younger than me, dude, that make these fucking games. They're, like, in their fucking 20s and early 30s, and they're, like, retarded, and they're yuppies, half of them, and they fucking, you know what I mean? They're, like, who knows who they fucking protest and shit like that, feminist, and fucking who knows what the fuck they are. You know what I'm trying to say? That they're probably, like, vegan, feminist celiacs and shit. You know, allergic to gluten and fucking, you know, all that bullshit. And then on top of it, it's like, oh yeah, learn. Yeah, tone deaf. Yeah, we don't care. Learn and grind and give us money. It's just like, oh, it's a fucking why, man. Why you gotta make life hard? Why? And you wonder why people break and why people offer save files. Like, good, this guy is awesome for doing this. You know, people like this are people that are not tone deaf to people. I gotta make a coffee. Hold on. Like I'm saying, man, it's just gaming in general is starting to upset me as I get older in life. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not happy with where gaming is going at all, and I think it's getting worse, to be honest. And this is why I stick to old games a lot of times. I play No Man's Sky, or I'll play fucking, you know, Batman, or these other, because these old games are kind of like tested and true, you know? They work. It gets old, don't get me wrong, but it's like, they make you comfortable, you know? They're like, they're not tone deaf. Like, these games, these new games lately are just fucking tone deaf all the time, man. It's not like, again, it's not that this is a bad park simulator game. I think it's good, and it has a lot of things that are very well done, but a lot of things that are stupid, too, you know? Like, the difficulty of unlocking things. I remember the first game was like that, too. Yeah, I unlocked a lot in the first game, but getting those last couple of skins wanted you to do outrageous fucking, like, time sink and grind, man, to the point where it wasn't even worth it, man. And what would you get? You'd get, like, a striped Spinosaur or something. Like, you'd get, like, something so fucking, like, small. But, like, yet you're gonna kill me to get that. After I gave you all this money. Like, to me, it just doesn't fucking... Oh, but it's the challenge. It's the challenge. It's like, challenge me in a different way. Let me pick my own challenges. Why do I gotta do a challenge according to you after I fucking paid you money? I gotta do your challenge. Otherwise, I don't get any rewards. What if I had, like, a fucking, if I was slightly autistic, or I had some sort of mental illness or something to where I couldn't focus or something, like, 100%. It's like, well, I'm just giving you money then just to donate to your fucking cause because I can't even do half the things you want me to do. But, like, do they even consider that? Half the times? Do they even consider anything like that? Like, you know, I understand, like, okay, making something hard, right? Like, if you're gonna play Mario or something, you want to make the jumps hard to get through the jump so you can get to the next level. I understand that. But to make something like egregious and long and not make much sense and have random number generation involved in it, so you have to actually wait until the random dice roll, is just absolutely absurd and stupid, and it's not the same thing. Okay, it's not like something that you're earning. It's more like you have to rely on algorithms at that point. And it's like, if I'm gonna rely on algorithms, I'm gonna rely on my reaction channel or something that's more meaningful. You understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense, Omar? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you're gonna waste all your fucking time on an algorithm in a video game? And just so what? Next year, 2 years from now, another game comes out and does the same, Jurassic World Evolution 3 or NBA 2K24, blah, 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 and then you just gotta restart it again? Because it's not like your shit ever carries over in these new games. It never carries over. And that's one of the biggest complaints with sports games, is that it never carries over. And you know, that's my biggest problem with these games. Is that like, this is why I see why people stick to older games at times, because it's just like, you know what, it's something that they learned in the past, they like it, they have fun with it. It's like when you learn playing cards, right? You learn how to play poker, you learn how to play whatever cards. You don't have to relearn it all the time. Oh, you know, poker 2024, poker 2026 edition. All of a sudden, oh yeah, well, we got a new rule in poker today. Now, if you have 3 cards that are diamond, one of them is going to be substituted for as a spade. And you're like, what? Why? Well, that's the new rule. Why are you changing it? But that's the same principle that applies to these stupid fucking games, is that everything has to get changed all the time. It's the same principle, Omar. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, why do they do that? Oh, to keep it fresh. That's what they like to say. It's a typical Pokemon answer. Keep it fresh. The Game Freak answer. Oh, we want to keep it fresh. Take out Mega Evolutions. Keep it fresh. 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 Everything has to be fresh. No. Because everybody bitches about the same thing all the time. And then they want to change everything. Always listening to the bitching community. These companies, because the community that bitches all the time is the ones that are going to give them money. That's what it boils down to. It doesn't have to be right. It's the ones that give them money. That's it. That's what it boils down to, Omar. Like, always remember that. They cater to people who give them money, and this is how it always will be in any type of situation in life. It's not about meaningful games anymore, or meaningful products, and nothing. It's about profit margin now. It's about quarterly profit margin. It's about everything is, it's sad to see as I get older and I realize this. It's really like it kind of bothers me in a sense that being like super pessimistic is not a way I like to spend my time all the time, but it's like I can't not spend my time like that, because I see so many things that do this all the time. And then it really makes you feel bad. It makes you feel depressed and like you waste your time all the time. You just waste your time. I don't want to just keep wasting out my hours and days and everything based off of you know, what other people and products that I gotta fucking forget about it. Just getting fucking pissed off. Products that I gotta fucking. So it just fucking aggravates me, you know? That's why a lot of people don't play video games anymore, Omar. Like, younger generations still do, kind of, but you'd be surprised how many people don't play them. Almost no girls play video games. Like, if you ask girls, like, oh, do you play any games? Like, most girls will tell you they don't. And if they do, they play it very seldomly. Like, they'll play, like, some RPG game or just, like, play a little bit here and there. But they don't get, like, hardcore into it, right? You get, like, a small community that gets hardcore into games sometimes, but it's not the same like it used to be, man. People rather spend more time like on TikTok or some fucking stupid, you know, social media site or Twitter or something. No, Omar. No, please, don't do that. I don't want to fuck up my reaction channels and stuff. Don't do that, Omar. I don't like TikTok. It's a Chinese propaganda fucking thing. Hold on. I'm gonna get my coffee. It's a Chinese propaganda tool, Omar. Nobody even realizes that. You know that? Nobody realizes that. All these woke fucking idiots on TikTok. I can't with that shit. When I see that shit, when I see woke idiots on TikTok, I get so fucking triggered, man. Woke fucking morons on TikTok, but I'll tell you, real moronics with their shit, with their pronoun shit. Fucking woke morons on TikTok. I go by the, her, zim, zap, zick, dick, suck, puss, zissy, zussy, pussy, cunt. I go by those, and I want to be called, and let me teach everybody how, you know, you don't have to be so pronoun, but you could be, you know, you could say, instead of zap or zip, you could say dick and shit. You know, like, and this is what they do on TikTok. They're trying to teach you fucking stupid shit. Like, it's like, you know what? How about I take your fucking face, and I look at the wall right here, and I smash your face into the wall 11 times, and then you fucking tell me your pronouns while your teeth are hanging out of your mouth. Because that's how they make me feel. You know what I mean, Omar? That's how they make me feel, man. Seriously. Woke fucking morons, man. What, Omar? It's funny or no? You know what I will say, Omar, is that I'll tell you what I will say, Omar, is that I don't even know what the fuck I was saying.
The rioters have the Station 17 fire crew held hostage throughout the city. They're dead unless I help them.
I got a score to settle with that punk. Gonna send him back to Bloodhaven in a body bag.
I don't know what I was saying. I'm forgetting. Who was I trying to door to? Forgot what I was saying, Omar. I don't even remember anymore what I'm saying. No, if they make a Captain America game and it's actually fun and decent, I'll fucking want to play. I definitely will want to play it, but I'm so not. I so feel that games are just not good anymore, man. I love Captain America, but I feel they're not gonna do it right. Same thing with Gotham Knights, Omar. Watch any amount of money that Gotham Knights is not going to be as good as this game. As this old game here that I'm playing. This game is so much older. 2015, this fucking game. And yet, I bet you any amount of money Gotham Knights is going to do fucking worse than this. But you're going to have, like, retarded kids that think it's good. But it's going to be, I'm nervous it's going to be a fucking live service. It's going to have monetization, predatory elements. It's going to be fucking all over the place. Combat's not going to be as good. I just feel that, and it's really sad to see this happen, man. Everything just fall apart. Then on top of it, did you see Assassin's Creed might have an adults-only rating for gambling? You know what that means, right? There's only one thing that puts a gambling element in a game like Assassin's Creed, and that's loot boxes and shit. And its loot boxes are probably so egregious and so off-putting that it's actually possibly gonna make the game an adults only. Wow. Talk about not to trust Ubisoft lately. That's why when you tell me about they're coming out with like these Japanese things or whatever with Ubisoft, I'm not hyped with it, man. I personally think, honestly, like, video games are dying. Like, they're dying. People, the developers and money and inflations and just things of the world are killing video games. And I hate to say that, but it's, you know what? Let them prove me wrong. Every once in a while you get a Ghost of Tsushima, sure, it'll happen, but it's not gonna happen often.
The malicious forces just took another hit.
Omar, it wouldn't make it adults only if it was game money. You gotta realize that, Omar. Like, gambling, you know, in a game with game currency is not real gambling. Gambling with real life money is real gambling. And to get an adults only rating, there has to be a real money element there. You know what I'm trying to say?
They got him bad after he killed Joker.
Yeah. No, it has to be real money, man. Because gambling with a game money doesn't really matter, you know? You could have casino games. They used to make casino games, like, where there was just, it was all fictional and stuff, you know? And that was fine. But whenever there's a real-life money element in something, it's gambling, you know? It's a form of gambling. Sports games love to do it and say that it's... And they argue, they love to say how it's not gambling, it's exciting. And we want to emulate that in order to make a real-life, you know, to be a manager of a football team or soccer team, or to buy, like Gran Turismo said, to have cars. We want to emulate that cars are expensive in real life, therefore people should have to take a little responsibility in... People should have to take a little responsibility in learning how to spend real life money in our product. It's like, this is what they say. This is actually what the dumb CEOs would say shit like that over. Like, I'm not fucking kidding you. Wait, who said that? The people behind Gran Turismo. They were like, oh, well, you know, in real life you got to pay for inspection, and you got to pay for your car registration, and you got to pay for gas and oil changes. So we want to simulate real life expenses in the video game and charge for cars. Like, this is their excuse. They're actually coming up with something that in a courtroom would not work. Like, in a court of law. Like, if a murderer was to say, well, like, I wanted to do this, I wanted to murder somebody because you know, it's like coming up with, like, such a weird excuse. And yet, like, they actually think it's, like, normal. Omar, you know, like, that's like the equivalent to say, like, if somebody shoots somebody, right, with a gun. If somebody was to shoot somebody, and you ever heard there'll be like some nutjob the killer will say, the person that shot him will say, oh, I wouldn't have done that if you didn't make me do that, right? You ever heard that term before? When people do that phrasing, I wouldn't have shot my boyfriend if he didn't cheat on me. I wouldn't have did this if you didn't say that to me. Wait a second. When you gotta break it down, and then you say, hold on, whose finger is on the trigger? Who pulls the trigger? I don't care what that other person did. Ultimately, you have to take responsibility to some degree. And this is the type of shit that, like, these predatory gambling, you know, adults only, whatever, gambling type shit, they argue their case with semantics of the human language and shit like that, and semantics of law, and they basically argue their case and say, well, it's not gambling if we're just teaching people that, you know, cars are expensive. What? It's like, hello, if you go to work and you save your money, and maybe you can't afford a car, let's just say, right? You don't have a car, you can't afford it, right? There are people out there that live in the cities that can't afford a car. I'm fortunate to have a car, but there are people that can't afford cars. If you don't have a car, maybe you want to play Gran Turismo because you don't have a car, and you want to, you know, maybe you want to put your fantasies of driving in a video game because it's $60 versus a car that's $15,000 or $20,000, right? Or more. So you say, okay, I want to play a video game, and then you give them $60-$70, and now you have to pay more money. Now you're paying $150, $200-$300 because, you know, the people at Gran Turismo say, well, we're trying to make it like real life. We're teaching you that cars are expensive. Like, what? Do you understand how bad that? You understand how evil that is? How corporate evil that is? Like, if that doesn't, like, blow your fucking mind. And it's so funny because it's like in a courtroom, the juries wrote a book at shit like that. That's why. Yeah, it's something along what you just said there, and this is why probably the new Assassin's Creed is getting an adults only, because there was probably some loot box that was so egregious that it didn't pass. It didn't fly, according to the UK. Because remember, in Europe, the loot boxes, they take a lot more seriously. Like in the United Kingdom and stuff, they actually put real, like, serious laws on loot boxes that I still think the companies are somehow getting away with. But it makes it a lot harder. I think even in countries like China, they banned like Diablo Immortal because of things like this. So as you can see, loot boxes are very borderline, and loot boxes are anything that has to do with packs or random number generated chances to get certain things. And they're a form of gambling, right? Because it requires real money in most cases to do that, right? Oh, they say, oh, you could earn the currency in the game, but it's unrealistic because you would have to put like 200-300 hours of grinding just to get like a couple of packs versus just, you know, spending $100 and buying 85 packs in a matter of 3 minutes. So they make it so unattractive to put 200 hours to get 5 packs versus 85 packs for $100. You get what I'm trying to say? They make it unattractive to put that level of grind into the game. So in the United Kingdom, Europe, and China, and all these different countries, they consider it gambling, and they go the extra mile, unlike the United States. And that's why Assassin's Creed, which is a company that's based in France mostly, right, or Montreal, Canada, but it's outside of the U.S., right? They got headquarters in France, they got headquarters in Canada, whatever the case is, but they got an adults only. Do you know how bad that is, adults only? Companies like Nintendo and Sony and even Xbox will not put an adults only game on their market to buy. Like the PlayStation Store, you can't buy an adults only game. There's not one out there. Steam, you could. Steam has a couple of them. But Xbox doesn't have it, and neither does Sony, and no way Nintendo has it. So if Assassin's Creed is playing around with loot boxes that are so egregious that it's actually causing the European laws to possibly give it an adults-only labeling, oof, that is bad. That is a disgusting reality of video games in 2022 and up, man. Do you see what I'm saying? Am I talking out of my mind? Does it sound like I'm talking really crazy? So I don't know, man. I just find it really annoying. That's all. I just think I see through it, you know. One thing about me, I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I've been around the block, man. You know, I lived the life, and it just takes, you know, a decent amount of experience sometimes to see things that even smart people can't see. And I had a lot of time to fuck around with games, man. Like, I don't work full-time like other people and shit like that. Like, where I don't have time to do stuff. I had a lot of time to see the type of fucked up shit out there. It's not like I'm not, like, basing this off of no experience, you know? I see what happens. I've seen the decline gradually. Back in 2010 and stuff, when I was younger, there was no monetization at all. You just had DLCs. That's all you had. DLCs. That's it. And people would bitch about DLCs. It's like, oh, that's egregious. I didn't think DLCs were that bad. You pay for it one time, and that was it. And they usually gave you an okay amount of content. But any of these, like, time sink, constant adding money into something just to make next year's product, to start it over and not give you anything again, ugh. Those are like the worst things known to man, and how it's becoming normalized is so predatory, man. And it's a shame because kids of your age, Omar, get affected more than anybody. Not the old timers like me. You think the old timers like me fucking buy into that shit? In 2K22, how much did I spend on packs? I think I spent nothing, actually. It's funny because I spent real life money from one of those Korean sites, or those Chinese, you know, like AOE, HH, I think, and just on one Michael Jordan card. That's all I did. One time. But it's funny because I didn't actually give 2K the money. So, I don't think I spent any money on any packs ever. So they hate people like me, Omar. Like, don't worry. These monetized companies hate the old guys like me, because they know that we don't fucking give them the money. We find loopholes in their shit. We abuse the auction house, all that shit. They know that. That's why they market it to the fucking 12-year-olds, because the 12-year-olds are gonna get their parents to, they're gonna whine and cry and get their parents to give them fucking, you know, virtual currency or whatever the fuck, or fucking Robux, or, you know, shark cards, or you name it, whatever form of predatory crap out there, you know?
Another Lieutenant Goff. There can't be many left.
Don't worry, Pokemon Go has, I think, shit like that, so believe me, if Nintendo found, look, I'm gonna say it to you right now. If companies found a way to do it that they can actually not lose their reputation on, because so many people hate it, but if they can find a way to do it to where you're unaware of it, or it's not that bad, they're gonna do it. And they love that these companies are whatever the fuck.
Riddler's got Catwoman. Good. And be long enough to have my face in Arkham City.
I'm going to search the city's rooftops for Azrael's burning bat symbol. Let's see if he's ready.
Can you believe it? I was at Blackgate, the Asylum, Arkham City. Never seen Batman. Not once. Just lucky, I guess. Did you hear about the guy working with Scarecrow? Bad case of bat envy. I heard Batman ain't been the same since Joker checked out.
Whatever Riddler's built beneath Chinatown, it's not going to stop me. Alfred, I found a 5th victim.
I feared you would, sir.
I'd rather take over Gotham than Keystone. At least you can see Batman coming.
This wound is relatively fresh, inflicted while the victim was still alive. Abrasion to the epidermal layers confirms the somewhat crude removal of a tattoo. The position of this scar indicates the victim underwent surgery to remove one of their kidneys. A plate made of tantalum, used here for a cranial fracture, most probably the result of a boxing accident. The victim's callous knuckles would only be acquired by a professional fighter. Alfred, the victim's name is Ella Montgomery.
It appears the kidney was donated to a twin sister who unfortunately died. This seems to have been the catalyst for her boxing pursuits, and hence the cranial injury. She went missing in Huntsville, Alabama.
Do the details of the disappearance match with the others?
They do indeed, sir. Also, your request to cross-reference the parks and playing fields has proved fruitful. I've come across some leasing documentation that appears to have been falsified. Someone is attempting to cover their tracks.
Find out anything you can, Alfred. We couldn't have done anything to prevent these deaths, but we can still save others.
Shit. Come on.
He's here!
I don't know, Omar. So Pokemon already does do loot boxes a little bit with Pokemon Go, so it's not like it's out of the question, you know. If again, they'll probably never do it. Game Freak anyway, because of how many little children play that game. But hey, again, they do it with Robux, so believe me, I think at the end of the day, almost any company would do it if there wasn't repercussions.
Scarecrow's got enough gas to hit the entire city. You've got the advantage, man. Use it. What's Ivy doing working with the bat?
You know what I mean, Omar? I'll tell you, look how good the game looks right now, man, with all the fucking lighting and everything, and the detail and everything, because I have all the settings on high, so the draw distance, the lighting, everything looks so great right now. Look, even lightning, you saw that lightning just there? It's fucking good, man. I didn't have all these effects when I used to play, when I played this on my other computer. I had to tone down everything. I had none of that, and on top of it, it would stutter. I mean, it still ran okay, but it didn't run great. But now it's like another game, I feel like. I love this shit. The lighting and everything. It's beautiful.
I got a taste of Scarecrow's fear gas once. I really don't want another one.
You could do 2 batarangs, right? One more, look. 3, I'm sorry. Omar, who do you think would win in a fight? Batman or Spider-Man?
I still owe her for brainwashing me in the asylum. Enough, Batman's here!
Alright, gotta be careful. You see me.
Weapons located!
That's heavily guarded.
I saw a guy breathe Scarecrow's gas once. Not pretty. So we're a gun tower with a broken gun. Just great. Look, the Arkham Knight's just some tough guy with a bunch of soldiers for hire at his back. Two-Face, Riddler, hell, even Penguin. Now they own this town. They always will. Batman's keeping his distance.
What's that, Omar? Whoops. Secure area to continue. Oh, there's still a guy there. You ready for this, Homer? Did you see that shit? I slammed him against the wall. Omar, the environmental takedowns in this game is great, man. If I would have did that takedown away from the wall, he wouldn't have did that. It's fucking great, man. See the fucking effort they put into some of these older games, man. I bet you Gotham Knights, mark my words, Gotham Knights is not going to be as good as this game. I'm telling you. Just the little subtleties and shit. I'm telling you. Make a bet, Omar? You want to make a bet? Gotham Knight comes out in what, October? Watch, it's not gonna be the same, man. The combat is gonna be sluggish. It's gonna have loot boxes. You're gonna see, it's gonna do stuff that people are not gonna like. Any amount of money, I bet you. You see, look at this.
Trust me, don't hit the banks. They're spoken for.
Okay, you see that? You looking at the screen, Omar? You see that Joker face on the statue, right? That's because Batman has, like, Joker running in his blood a little bit in this game, right? So you see that Joker face, right, on the statue? Alright, watch this, Omar. You ready? Look away for a second. Oh. Hold on. Look away again. Look. It's gone. That's an environmental change. That's an asset change. So the game actually has things in the environment that change just based off of, you know, looking at something differently. Alright? That is like yeah, this is Arkham Knight. But that's an interactive little thing that a lot of video games cannot even do. Okay? That little thing I just showed you there is a very little, nifty little touch on an interactive world that feels like it's ever changing. And something like that is like really, to me, interesting. Little details like that. You wouldn't have even, like, a lot of people don't even notice these things when they play this game. Right? I notice everything because I beat this, you know, like you said, I beat the Batman game so many fucking times. But the thing is that it's so well made in comparison to, I really feel some of these I really feel Gotham Knights is not going to live up to it, to this. I bet you any amount of money, man. Gotham Knight is not going to live up to this. These Arkham games are the closest thing to Batman that you're going to ever play, and Gotham Knights is not going to live up to it. It might be okay. I don't think it's going to be as good as this game. Again, it's still based off of a similar combat, you know, engine or whatever you want to call it. A similar combat template it's going to be based off of, right? Like this. So it's probably going to be close to this, but it's not going to be... Actually, I think it is a bit different, though. From what I've seen, it seems to be more slow and pronounced, and it doesn't flow as good. A lot of people are already complaining that the combat does not look as good. Which is sad, because these games are known for their combat. This is what these games are known for, so... He doesn't have powers, he just fucking throws electric fucking sticks and shit. They don't have powers, none of them have powers. He might have like special moves that lets him like throw, you know, if you hit combo meters and shit, he could probably throw like more batons or do it in a way where he can knock out more people. But I doubt it's like any type of special power. And Nightwing is cool. Don't get me wrong. I like Nightwing. He's probably going to be the only character I play if I get that game, because I have no desire to play as Batgirl. Red Hood maybe. I don't like Jason Todd too much. I ain't gonna lie. Nightwing is the character I'd probably play as. Robin, maybe. But, again, do we even know if you're going to be forced to play these characters or not? Like, yeah, Jason Todd got resurrected and became Red Hood. But I personally don't like I like Red Hood. He's okay. I don't love him. I think he's okay. But him and Nightwing are going to be the best characters in the game. That's by far. Batgirl is going to be okay, but Robin is at that point. Do you even want to be Robin at that point? I'd rather even be Batgirl over Robin. I hate to say it. At that point, I don't mind Robin, but like, I mean, I feel like the fact. It's probably not powers. It's probably like a special move. I can't see it being powers, man. Although, look, I'll look at it myself, and then I'll be the judge of it. But I'm saying, yeah, you'd be surprised. Some of the special moves in these games look like powers and shit. You know, they make it really. But people are tripping about the combat in the Gotham Knights. Like, they don't like how. Look at that lightning, Omar. Oh, I never had that before when I played this. But people are tripping about the combat, Omar. They feel like the combat is like fucking slow and shit. That's what they're really tripping about. They don't like the combat, man. And I don't blame them, actually. It doesn't look... It looks okay, but not as good as these games. It's not as fast, you know? It doesn't focus on combos as much. It seems like it's more slow. See, one thing Spider-Man did good... Like, I can't knock Spider... I always told you, Omar, I can't knock Spider-Man as a game because it is really good. The combat and everything, it's the closest to these Batman games you're gonna get, right? It might even, some may even argue, it might be better than these Batman games. And I'll be honest, it's really good. It's not bad. Like, I like the combat in Spider-Man. I just don't like Spider-Man himself. But I beat the game, and I'll tell you, the combat is fluid. It's creative. It's fast. It doesn't have the same stealth like Batman. But it certainly is almost as it's just as good, man. And I can't knock it. Like, Spider-Man did a good fucking job. I can't knock it. They put their time in that game. They really did. Again, that's why I can't knock Spider-Man. I just don't like his character as much. But that's not the game. I feel it will be. I do. I agree with you on that one. I think Gotham Knights is iffy because of everything we've seen, but yeah, I feel Wolverine's gonna be really good. I'm gonna be honest, Omar. Like, Wolverine's gonna be like a 9.5 or a 9 out of 10 because it's being made by the same company that made Spider-Man. And the original, they had a Wolverine game for the PlayStation 2, or was it PlayStation 3? I forgot. I think it might have been PlayStation 3, but it was very bloody. And I think they're going the same route. They're going to make it pretty bloody and like you said, combat heavy. And being that it's from the same company that did Spider-Man, and being how popular Wolverine is, because he's the most popular X-Men, I really do feel they're not going to fuck it up. I think they're going to make it so good that it's going to blow people's minds. So, would I even pre-order the Wolverine game? I may even pre-order it. That's how... You know why I would pre-order it? Because I have faith in it. That's why. If it was being made by fucking Rockstar or something, I wouldn't. There'd be no way I'd pre-order that shit. But because, again, I'd have faith in it. See, it all... Like, this is what the gaming industry doesn't understand. Is when you fucking ruin people's faith in the product, like Ubisoft and Rockstar and all these companies, when you ruin people's faith in their product, they have to rely on getting children and trying to sell their product to a demographic that they have to fool, right? It's like you're not selling your product to a demographic that believes in you as a company. You're selling your product by fooling people. And that's what they do, these companies. They sell their product by fooling people, not by making it like, well, you're actually going to put money into a good product. That's like the difference between Wolverine, where I bet you a lot of people are going to pre-order that game, versus I don't know, GTA 6 or something, you know, like, or some new fucking bullshit that is, you know, GTA 6's campaign will probably be so small, and it will be 99% focused on online and monetization things, but yet people will still be suckers and buy it based off of the name GTA and how popular the franchise is. So they're using that to their advantage. Now, why do I not trust Rockstar and GTA? Because look what they did to Red Dead Redemption. They pulled the plug on it. Look what they fucking did. Look at all the money they made over GTA 5. Look how long it took them to even come out with any type of next-gen update for GTA 5. That they actually had to come out with GTA 6 and charge $70 for a new fucking GTA, which should have been just an update. Okay? Because of all those fucked up practices, how can anybody with an intelligence or IQ of above 65 can trust a company like Rockstar? How? How could you pre-order that shit? Unless you just lower your IQ because everybody around you is getting it because they're stupid. But to me, pre-ordering Wolverine makes a lot more sense than pre-ordering GTA 6 because of the company behind it. Okay? This is the difference between a company that believes in their product versus a company that wants to take your money. Okay? Always remember these things, Omar. People are not good out there. You know, when you look at Discovery ID and you see all the people that murder people and people that kill people and people that do all these fucked up things, just remember, and you can say, well, why would somebody do that? Why do people do mass shootings? Why would somebody do that? You think these companies are not doing that in their own way? That they're not predatory mass stealing people's money? Which is almost, not as bad, but pretty bad in its own sense? Like, don't ever think people aren't evil, Omar. There are people in this world that are fucking straight up evil, looking to take your money, looking to scam you, looking to fucking do everything they can to hurt somebody, whether it's financially, emotionally, physically. There are bad people in this world. Okay? Don't ever remember, if I was to drop dead tomorrow and you didn't ever hear from me again, Omar, because I died or something, or I had cancer, I died, or my cough killed me, or whatever the case is, just remember my words, that people are fucking evil in this world, okay? And they're looking to try to take advantage. Omar, but that's the thing. Omar, no, it wasn't. Ghost of Tsushima was not a once in a while. I'll tell you why. Because when in 2000, look at this game right here I'm playing. This was 2015, right? You know what other game came out during this time? Witcher 3. You know what came out a few years before this? 4 years before this? Skyrim. Then Oblivion before that. I witnessed several once-in-a-lifetime games. You witnessed one. Right. Right. You're right about that. That in today's world, yes, Ghost of Tsushima is like a once-in-a-lifetime game in today's world. But in my growing up, I saw this I saw evolution of gaming actually becoming something special. I had Zelda Ocarina of Times. We had Mario 64. I'm sure you did, but you know, as a little kid, you probably witnessed a lot of stuff. As a real little kid, but not as an adult too much. Now, I witnessed a lot, man. I witnessed I witnessed the whole, you know, evolution of technology, man. We went from Game Boys to Nintendo 64s to fucking PlayStation 2 within a fucking short span. Right? The PlayStation 3, the fucking... Omar, in the last 12, 13 years, like, things didn't even improve much.
Recon team stumbled on one of the Riddle guys' hideouts. He sounds crazy.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild was pretty special, but Omar, think about it. 2017, that was in development, like, if you think about it, like, they were developing that game since like 2013 or 14. Again, it still goes way back, and then it was released late 2016 or maybe early 2017. But Breath of the Wild is again still a little bit of that Witcher 3, you know, Batman type of area where good games are still coming out. You get what I'm saying, Omar? Like I'm saying, like, in right now, today's world, it's getting less and less. Ghost of Tsushima is probably one of the only few games. Like, even maybe Elden Ring. Maybe. Because it doesn't have predatory monetization. So maybe Elden Ring. Even though I don't personally like Elden Ring's style of game, it catered to a lot of the fans. And there was no monetization. It had that open world Dark Souls feel that fans really loved. And they put their time into it. And they did. So I can't knock Elden Ring in that sense. I don't personally like the style too much. I did put a lot of time into it, but I don't like the style too much. But it was for the people. It was. Art design was great. Enemy variants were great. Look, they spent 6 years making that game. So as you can tell, it was a breath of fresh air in a sense that in a time where everything is monetized, this comes out and it's not. Right? No Man's Sky is refusing to monetize. Like, there are still certain games that are continuing to do good and improve and refuse to monetize. And, you know, you can't knock that away from Elden Ring. Again, I don't like the style. I think it was overhyped at the same time. But, look, people... Yeah, I know. But that was... They released it too early and they fucked it up. That could have been... Omar, that could have been really good. They just released it too early. They released it December 21st, right before Christmas when they released it, and then they went on vacation for like a month or two, and they went radio silent, and they didn't want to answer anything about Cyberpunk, and it was a broken fucking mess for so long that they didn't, and it was really sad to see CD Projekt Red, the company behind Witcher, actually fuck up something that bad. It was sad to see that, because so many people said, you know, Cyberpunk is going to be great, because CD Projekt Red is one of those companies that is like, you know, the people making Wolverine. It's like, they're not going to fuck it up. Sure enough, they did. So what are you gonna do? Well, I hope they're good. I think those games will probably be. I'd say those 3 games you mentioned will be good, most likely. I would, if I was a gambling man, I would say those 3 games are gonna be good. Gotham Knights, I'm nervous that they're gonna go the route of Avengers, like a live service looter type of, you know, mediocre campaign. Combat is, from footage that I've seen, the combat doesn't look as good. It kind of feels like an Avengers type of live service with Gotham Knights, and I hope that's not the case. But Gotham Knights, I'm a little skeptical of. As for Breath of the Wild 2, Spider-Man 2, and Wolverine, that they're all going to be probably good, most likely, unless they fuck it up too. Put it this way, Breath of the Wild fucks up, that's going to be a big telling sign that gaming is done. I don't think they're gonna fuck it up, Breath of the Wild. That's gonna be so hard to fuck up. Like, Nintendo would have to sell its soul to, like, the devil to fuck that game up, man. And Nintendo somewhat cares about their reputation. They would love to monetize, don't get me wrong. They tried before with, like, Mario Kart on mobile and shit like that. They've tried to monetize with subscription services and things like that. Like, you know, raising the prices of their fucking subscription on Switch just for fucking virtual console games, which is garbage. So Nintendo has tried to fucking play with, you know, the fact that Nintendo never lowers prices on their games. So Nintendo does a little bit shady tactics, but when it comes to the reputation of their games, they do try to make them as good as they can. So we'll give them a little credit there. But don't worry. If Nintendo had the options, and I'm being dead asshole, if Nintendo had the option to be egregious without any repercussion, they would do it. God, this is hard, man. To do this without the fucking without seeing when they hit you. Ah, that just fucked up my combo meter. Damn it!
That's it, Bats. Play dead. We've got him right where.
Yeah, but Stray's problem is, I'll tell you what the problem is with Stray. It's too short of a game. But they only charge $30, so you can overlook that. But I feel like they could have made Stray a little better, though. You know, I feel like you know, Stray is one of those games where it was like, it's definitely has a great idea, and it had potential to be a really great game. And I feel like they released it a little too early or something, where they could have possibly extended it and added a little bit more longevity to it. And they could have even raised the price to 50 or 60 or even, I wouldn't say 70, but they could have raised the price to like $60 if they would have made that game longer and a little bit more in-depth. It's a little too simple for its own. Great atmosphere, don't get me wrong, and good idea, but, you know, almost, close. But I do feel it could have been a little better. Hopefully, if they come out with Stray 2, they go that route. Which they may now because of how popular that game was. Because Stray was very popular. It sold a lot, so... Especially with cat fans. I hate these big guys, Omar. This is really hard, this one. Because I can't see anything, man. There's some people in this game that could fucking do like 100 combo things. Usually they do have the thing that you can see, though. This nightmare shit is pretty tough. I'm not even paying good attention here. See, I gotta take out the big guys first.
I am the sky now.
Well, COVID definitely put a strain on everything, right? COVID put a strain on pricing. It made inflation go up, which will that's a ripple effect to make monetization worse, to make predatory practices worse, to make you know, delays, right? Longer delays for things not to come out. When the cost of living goes up, companies try to steal from you more. That's it. They're going to monetize more. They're going to do more predatory things because the cost of living is up. So what are they going to do? They're going to fire employees, have less workers, and have more predatory you know, monetization schemes in their products because of inflation and things like that. So that's the no-brainer. Then, because of COVID, delays happened because of the, you know, people weren't allowed to go be next to each other. So, yeah, there was a lot of things. Oh, you know, he sees it, man. He's my age. Was he a year older than me or some shit? He sees it. You know, Omar, it doesn't take a genius. Sometimes it just takes somebody who's lived life, you know? Like, I don't feel like it takes a genius to see things. I just feel like sometimes it takes living... You have to have lived a life to some degree. Oof. Why, I should put on like my little mixer thing and to make music. I have to hook up the piano. You know what it is? I get my new headphones tomorrow, so I'm gonna try to do. You know, it's funny because I have Amazon Prime and it's you know, and I didn't order these on Prime. The guy didn't have Prime, and it's like it took 4 weeks for these fucking headphones, and they're not even like that expensive or anything. They're like shitty fucking headphones. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous on how long it's taking for them to come. But that's my fault. I can't even blame anybody. I should have checked if he was Prime or not. He wasn't. But, because if it was Prime, I would have had it in a day. But once I get my new headphones, I could fuck around with music again. Yeah, I got like I said, I got this Propeller Head Reason program, which you know, auto updates. It just came out. The new one just came out a year or two ago, and I think it was like a year and a half ago. I bought it, and it was $400. You know, I didn't scam it or anything, so I get like, you know, auto updates and everything. So I, you know, have a legit copy of that. Oh, you mean that? Oh, reacted. I didn't know what you meant. You said regrade. You said regrade music. I don't know what the fuck you're talking. Reacted? Yeah. But Omar, we don't like this. Omar, I send you old shit. You send me new shit. We're in like different. Plus, I like a lot of rock music. I don't even think you like rock that much, Omar. Well, you like more like hip hop shit, right? I don't mind hip hop. Don't get me wrong. Especially like old school hip hop, but. I'm kind of more prone to people playing instruments, I ain't gonna lie. Because I feel like just in general, hip-hop doesn't take that much effort. Like, you look at someone like Drake, dude. Like, I don't even think Drake should be famous, man. He just fucking sucks, you know? You ever watch his freestyles? Like, he's so lame how he freestyles. Like, he actually, like... He brings written shit to his freestyles. Like, and reads it off his phone and shit. Like, that's not a freestyle, dude. Like, to even do that, like, does he not, like, have any idea with hip-hop culture, like, that they'll massacre you for doing that? Like, people like Method Man and all these famous freestyle people. Like, what are you trying to do? You're freestyling, or you're trying to do your little freestyle in the studio, or you're looking at your phone? Like, to me, that's a joke, man. This was one of the harder ones, my goodness. It's probably the hardest, militia thing.
What is that? Some kind of SOS or something?
I don't mind hip-hop, Omar. Like, it's a good change every once in a while. But I'm not, like, again... I'm not like that into it. Like every once in a while, you know, I like it. I gotta be in the mood though, you know? In my time, but this is way better.
Open. It's a beautiful word. Neighborhoods open.
Hold on. Alright, I sent you a song, Omar.
Scarecrow pulling this off. It's the freaking bat! the bat did on the... Be careful, the bat's got a cannon on his car. He's kicking ass. Arkham Knight. Yeah, that's just what Gotham needs. Another guy in a mask. Those tanks will run us over. I've seen it happen. Riddler's been working on this stuff for months. Sort of back drive straight through a wall like it weren't even there. I ain't never had so much fun.
Sorry, Omar. Did you watch it, Omar? Yeah, I like music like that, Omar. I like when there's like instrumental, high instrumental, what do you call it? You know, that the whole song structure and something like that is good because there's a crescendos with the drums, there's bridges, there's a nice lead break with guitar shredding, there's good chord progression. I mean, like I look at like songs, you know, that are not that easy to make, and I like when I see things like that because there's actually like a level of talent and it's catchy and it's impressive to see, rather than a hip hop beat that uses a drum roll and, you know, 3 fucking chords over and over. Yeah, so I'm very, that's the type of music I like. It may sound corny or gay to some people, but I like shit that's actually intelligent to some degree. I don't like shit that's like noise, you know? Like, I can't listen to heavy, like certain heavy metal is hard to listen to. Like, I like Metallica. I think Metallica back in the day was great. I thought they were really good. So, I mean, some metal is good, Megadeth, you know, things like that, but like if you're gonna, you know, put on Cannibal Corpse or something and tell me to like it, I'm not gonna fucking like that shit. It's horrible. And the same thing goes with, you know, a lot of groups, and especially modern groups, where like they don't write their own music and stuff. They see, Muse writes all their own stuff. They actually produced that entire the new album based off of they wrote and produced everything. Normally they always had like Warner Brothers or some label producing them, but not that all their songs are good. The new album has a lot of shit songs on it, but you know, when you get a good one, it's good. It's hard for me to listen to like Cardi B or any of that shit out there, man. It really is difficult. You know? You can, Omar. But if I have to, remember, I have to mute. The reason why I listen to it is I can't listen to it and play. They can pull the stream down. There's automatic algorithms. I don't like that. And if my stream gets pulled down, you know? I mean, I don't want it to get pulled down because it ties it with the IP address sometimes, and I don't want it to fuck up the other channels. So I have to mute everything. So if you don't mind me, then I'll listen to what you send me, but I have to mute. I mean, I can let the game play, you know, but I can't listen. I can't have it in the background. But what is it, J. Cole again? Omar, you should listen to rock, like some, like rock or stuff like, you know, like not, you don't have to listen to all rock, but you should try to find like a band or a group that is a little different than what everybody else listens to. I mean, it's cool that you like J. Cole, because I don't think all the kids like him, right? They kind of think he's too old or something, or he doesn't mumble rap. That's cool. But I'm saying, like, it was funny. When I was a kid, I only liked hip-hop, because I thought it was, like, if you liked alternative music, you'd be, like, kind of gay, right? And being from New York, it was like, oh, you had to be a tough guy all the time, right? So I listened to, you know, back in the day, Jay-Z and Nas and Tupac and Eminem and DMX. I only listened to that shit because I wanted to be a tough guy, right? But as I got older in life, I started opening my mind to classical music and classic rock like Queen and bands, right? Because I started to realize that, you know, it takes a lot of talent to be a good singer and to play an instrument and to put a song together. And it's, you know, a lot of these bands and stuff are remembered in the future. A lot of rappers came and go. Nobody fucking really remembers them, man. You know? There were so many rappers that I grew up with that, like, never really had made that staying power, like a lot of bands and stuff, so... So in my opinion, you should probably check out like some indie bands or something. Or like, you know, look, do your research on and find like a band, and you know what's cool about that is you can call it your own. You know, you're not. Look at that lighting, Omar. That's fucking great lighting right there. That's not lighting. That's definitely lighting because of my new video card with the high settings. But, I mean, what I'm saying, Omar, is...
Too scared to fight us? Not surprised.
Alright, I'll listen to it in a second, Omar, because I end up mute the mic then when I do it, but what I'm saying is... you can call it your own if you find something, and you'll see that there's real talent in people that play instruments. It's not easy to do that and sing and fucking, you know, and have a whole song structure. Like, when I fuck around, I try to make music and stuff. You know, making a hip-hop beat is a lot easier than making something that's more like a traditional song. a traditional song is like a 4 or 5 chord progression. It requires bridges, crescendos, lead ups to the choruses. It requires like different layering on the verses. Hip hop beats really just require more mixing than anything, which I'm not minimizing that, because proper mixing is very hard to do. And a lot of these hip-hop artists that are very popular have some of the best mixing people in the world, like, working on their shit. So that's why their beats sound pretty good. But them themselves, I don't give them all that credit half the times. Stevie Wonder is good. Stevie Wonder is a good singer, and he's, plays the piano. He's a good instrumentalist. He wrote good music. So yeah, Stevie Wonder is good. That's definitely something that is going to be immortalized when all these hip hop artists, nobody gives a shit about them. Stevie Wonder is always going to be remembered. Look, that's why I don't make fun of you for liking J. Cole, because I actually listen to his stuff and I don't think he's that bad. I just think he came a little too late. I think if J. Cole popped around in the early 2000s, he probably would have been one of the best. But unfortunately, he came around during a time where mumble rap has taken over the industry. So it's kind of like people like J. Cole get washed aside, right? To some degree. Like they don't have the same popularity as, some of these mumble rappers out there, right? So it's kind of sad that a guy like J. Cole, if he would have came out in the early 2000s, like with 50 Cent and stuff like that, he probably would have been a little more, he would have gotten more immortalized. But unfortunately, we live in a society where everything went through a de-evolution of some sort. Because mumble rap is absolutely horrible. And you look at Snoop Dogg, and all these people make fun of it all the time, because Snoop Dogg actually had good songs back in the day. He had a lot of bad songs too, but he did have some good ones, catchy ones and good ones and funky ones, and it goes to show you that this is why rappers like Eminem and Snoop Dogg and 50 Cent and Dr. Dre are always going to be remembered. When a lot of these new rappers come and go, nobody fucking remembers them or gives a shit. Like all these stupid rapper, Little Dog and this one and that one and all these dumb fucking names. I don't even know them or care to even want to know them. People, I hate to say it, Omar, like people like Ariana Grande and Lady Gaga are going to be remembered more than 95% of the new rap generation. I'm dead ass. Even fucking stupid Cardi B is going to be remembered because she's kind of blowing up as a female, doing stupid mumble rap and all that dumb shit too, but she's blowing up because not too many females are that popular. She's like the new Nicki Minaj type of thing. So, because in the male, as males, they're a dime a dozen, so they're not standing out, these mumble rappers. Yeah, I would say that's hard to put him a top 10 of all time, Omar. That's very hard. Because I could name, Omar, Biggie, Tupac, Biggie, Eminem, that's 3. Wait, Tupac, Biggie, Eminem, Jay-Z, Nas, 4, 5, Method and Redman, that'd be 6 or 7. You have 50 Cent, 8. DMX, 9. What do you put, J. Cole, 10? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, there's so many legends that it's hard to put him a top 10 of all time. That's really hard to do that. Even about Snoop Dogg. You don't put Snoop Dogg over J. Cole for some of his older shit? So I'm saying, like, it's really hard to not, unfortunately, it's really hard to put J. Cole on a list now because of the time he comes out. It's a generation, Like, it's like putting Floyd Mayweather as a top boxer of all time, but it's very hard to put Floyd Mayweather as a top. Well, he kind of deserves it because he's undefeated and he is pretty good, but I'm saying, like, versus guys like Sugar Ray Leonard, Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson. I mean, you know, Sugar Ray's up there, but would you put him as a top 5? I don't know about that. I mean, Floyd Mayweather. I don't know if I put him as a top 5. Top 10, he probably is, because he does have, like, fucking 45 undefeated wins or whatever the fuck, but... Alright, I know you want me to listen to it, Omar. Hold on. Alright, I gotta... Then let me mute the stream, Omar.
Two-Face ain't forgetting what the bat did to him in the courthouse. He wants payback, and I want to be there to see it. Man, you seen those plants? Ivy's taking over the city, and the bats are letting her.
Hold on, Omar. You know what? I found a way. I think I could do this. I'm gonna put it on the Bluetooth headset, and I'll listen to it, and then it won't go through the stream. So hold on. I got the Bluetooth headset on now. What I'll do is let me go on YouTube. I'll just go into my live stream on the channel that I'm on. Why am I getting fucking... Hold on a second, Omar. Yes, that was me. Hold on a second, Omar. Wait. Alright, let me go into my live. Wait. Alright, let me go into my live. Wait. Alright, let me go into my live. Wait. Okay. Alright, Omar, I'm gonna listen to it, okay? We got Richard Pryor.
I heard Batman ain't been the same since Joker checked out. Crystal clear in my last medical. Atanophobia. You're scared of robots. Plants, you idiot.
You know, this is a little bit like... This is mumble rap, right, Omar? Like, I don't know if you realize that. The pause in the bars is kind of like mumble rap. It's not as pronounced as mumble rap, but it is kind of mumble rap. So let's keep it going. Whenever you see pauses in the bars like that, that's what mumble rap does. That's the formula. Lyrical rap is when it flows without any pauses.
What Scarecrow up to? Just kill the bat. All these schemes make my head hurt.
This second part's kind of cool. It's poetic, at least. So, I'll pause it at 2:08. It's poetic, at least. I'll give it that. It's not... It follows... The first verse follows a mumble rap formula, which I don't really like. But it's a little deeper than mumble rap. So... But it's not... This is not lyrical rap. So, let's continue. 2:08. The choir in the back is pretty good too. So what does he talk about? Uncle Sam is taking his money, is that it?
That punk. Gonna send him back to Bloodhaven in a body bag.
Haha, 50% taxes. He might be a Alright, I like that.
They said there was an army out there. They really meant it.
Alright, I like the lyrics. Hungry.
Did I ever tell you I hate plants? Especially the man-eating ones.
I like that. Hold on, I'm gonna go back a little bit. Okay, the song's getting much better, Omar. I ain't gonna lie. So at like 4:02 or something, like, let me see. I'm gonna go back to 3:54. So I like when he's talking about the guns circulating the cities. Hold on. It's 2,000. Let me pick the things I found.
There's no way he's ever been to London. He just puts on that accent to sound scary.
See, I like it. I like how deep it's getting. This sounds like In the Ghetto from Elvis a little bit. That
Anybody seen that anarchy guy? That kid loved this.
Yeah, he's a kid having kids. Yeah, that's alright. I like the second part to that song. I'll give it that. Not bad. The first part was a little mumbling, but it got a little more streamlined, the second part. Like more lyrical. And the content was good. You there, Omar? Yeah, it was good. I liked it. It was good. The whole like the gun circulating in the ghetto part is, I mean, in the hood, the gun circulating in the hood is very reminiscent, a little reminiscent of Elvis in the Ghetto because of remember Elvis sang in the Ghetto in 1968 or something? I don't know. It was a long time ago, and the same problem is happening, and that's kind of what J. Cole said in that song. So hold on, fucking stupid advertisements all over the fucking place here with this fucking shit. Alright, here, Omar. Yeah, watch it with me. And just listen to read the lyrics, Omar, as you watch it. You'll see it's similar to J. Cole when he's talking about the guns and shit. Alright? Watch it. I'll watch it too then. I sent it to you.
If you ask me, it could be any one of those whack jobs that Bat banged up in Arkham. I mean, who doesn't want Batman dead?
See how it's about his mother too and everything, right? It's similar.
Can you believe it? I was at Blackgate, the Asylum, Arkham City. Never seen Batman. Not once. Just lucky, I guess.
Didn't J. Cole say that? Snotty nose, right? Interesting. So J. Cole might have got influence from that song a little, this song a little bit. Another little baby child is born in the ghetto, just like J. Cole said. With the 2 rubbers, another 2 on. Without the rubbers, another 2 on the way. So J. Cole definitely got some inspiration from this song. I see a lot of similarities, even though this is much slower. Obviously, it's not a rap song. Remember, J. Cole's an older guy, man. He's like my age, so he's definitely listens to all this shit, man. And he takes his vast knowledge of what he learns, and he puts it in his hip hop. That's what it really is, man. That's why it's always good to have an open mind to everything. It makes you more successful in life. Because without having those influences, you know, or like at least having an open mind to everything, you don't get the ability to relate, right? Or at least, you know, again, if you listen to that J. Cole song you sent me, and you listen to Elvis in the Ghetto, there's probably like 5 or 6 things that are relatable. And it's funny because they're completely different genres of music. One is, you know, Elvis Presley, like soul. That song's a little like country / soul, you know. type of vibe to it, where J. Cole is more like rap, I guess. But
Those tanks will run us over.
that's when I was born, Omar, 1985. Jesus. All right, let me listen to this shit. That's when I was born. Omar, did you even fucking like the song? I feel like you just rushing through what I'm sending you, and you want me to fucking like you just want me to listen to tons of J. Cole shit while I send you shit. Look, Omar, look at the Joker face. Watch, it'll disappear. Right? Maybe 2 times it disappears. Yep, see? Elvis is good, Omar. He's deep, man. He's deep. Alright, let me watch this song, Omar.
You'd have to be to take on the Bat after he killed Joker.
Haha! Everybody say the music that they make is dumb. That's funny, man.
Unmanned tanks patrolling the city. It's creepy. Like the robots that taken over. Two-Face's hitting banks? Smart.
I like that, man. I'll pause it for a second. I like how he's instead of doing like an Eminem diss track, he's actually like trying to show him he's an older, like he wants to teach him a little bit. It's kind of interesting.
Arkham Knight? Huh. I was in Arkham City and I never heard of him. You know, Hugo Strange used to lecture us like Scarecrow, but he sent food packages too, you know? When's Scarecrow's show back on?
Ha ha ha! It's true. It's true. You know, he says one day them kids that's listening gonna grow up and get too old for the shit that made you blow up. It's true. There's a lot of hip hop, Omar, that I don't like anymore. And the only hip hop that stayed with me was like Tupac, Eminem, older 50 Cent stuff. That's about it, and some Dre stuff. Let's continue.
Some tough guy with a bunch of soldiers for hire at his back. Two-Face, Riddler, hell, even Penguin. Now they own this town. They always will.
Yeah, it's alright, that song. And he is... Yeah, it was. I like the first comment. This might be the most respectful diss I've ever heard. That's funny, man. That's pretty good. Yeah, that was okay, that song. Yeah, that song was okay. Yeah, I like, again, I don't hate J. Cole, Omar. Like, I think he's okay. I never said I didn't like him. He's one of the few rappers that, yeah, like, you see what he's saying? Like, everybody thinks your music is dumb and shit. Omar, my whole generation, which, ironically, is his generation, because J. Cole's, if you think about it, J. Cole is 1985, I'm 1985. We don't like all this new young rap, man. It's fucking whack. I have the same mindset like him. It's whack. I can't listen to that fucking shit, man. Do I have anything for you? Let's see what we got here. I mean, I don't, anything new that I really liked? Okay, you wanna hear a good lyrical song? I'll send you a good lyrical song. I want you to listen and read every lyric, Omar, if you like lyrics. Alright, I want you to really read every lyric, because it's so true to life, this song. Alright? And if you like to relate to lyrics and things like that because of people that are true to life, like that 1985 J. Cole song, listen to this one. I'll listen to it too. Isn't this related to J. Cole? How he's saying don't buy the jewels and sneakers, buy a house? Listen to the lyrics of this song. You see the similarities in that song, Omar? Do you see the similarities? How you know, like again, see, this is where like you're relating to J. Cole as like a younger or like a more of a hip hop inspiration, but these are all songs that I listen to too, just for more of like an older type of person, I guess. So, but yeah, like Billy Joel's Vienna is very, very similar to how you know you need to, you know, like it's good lyrics, you know. It's not rap, it's not rhyming, but it's very deep, you know. And it's a good song, and that's a good song to live life by, you know. If you like lyrics, right? Again, I like to break music down into two categories. Like, you have very good lyrical people, and then you have really good musicians, right? And like I like Muse as a musician band. I think their music is great, but they're not the best lyrical band, right? So Muse is not the best lyrical band, but they're very good musically. Where Billy Joel is like phenomenal lyrically. Like, he's got some of the best lyrics you'll ever get in an artist of all time, I think. And you know, so you have different musicians. You got lyrical musicians. Like J. Cole is definitely, he gets deep with the lyrics, it looks like, you know, from what I've seen. So he would be more like a lyrical, like, you know, he gets lyrical, he gets deep with it. Eminem sometimes, depends on the song. I'm just tired of Eminem, dude. I heard everything he had. I can't listen. I don't hate Eminem. I just can't listen to him no more. I heard everything he fucking has. But then you got stuff that's more like, you know, playful and shit, and with hip hop. So you got playful, you got dumb shit, and you got and the same thing goes with all music, you know. So like, you know, again, like music, bands like Muse ain't gonna give you a fucking, you know, a lyrical deep thought, but Billy Joel will. You know, Guns N' Roses is a cool band instrumentally, but, you know, they're not gonna give you very deep thoughts on lyrics too much, in my opinion. So, you know, a lot of people have their strengths, you know. If you like lyrical rap, I mean, if you're into more of that, like, deep lyrical relating to, Billy Joel is definitely a guy you should probably check out, like, a lot of his songs, because he writes like that. Elvis is like that, too, to some degree, you know. But Billy Joel's really good, because he's literally, Billy Joel's from New York, and he's from Long Island, which isn't too far from me. And he was a high school dropout, and he literally wrote all his music, from his songs to his lyrics. He wrote everything. So, and he's one of the most successful artists of all time, especially in New York. So he's got some really good songs. But again, it's older. You have to be into that older style. Sometimes the kids in school be like, "Oh, it's gay. You listen to Billy Joel." My grandpa listens to Billy Joel, you know. So, whatever. You know, and people make fun of people for whatever. So they think it's not cool to listen to older music, I guess. So you gotta listen to modern shit, right? I guess that's what you have to do. What is this, 95 South? Alright.
You ever wonder if this whole thing is some kind of psychological experiment? Like we're all just pawns in somebody's twisted game? No? Yeah, me neither. Man, Scarecrow's a real buzzkill. He should put something funny on or something.
I'll pause it for a second. When your 30-song album So he's saying that their album with 30 songs on it. So is that how like the new mumble rap albums are, Omar? They have 30 songs on it.
The Nightwing brat's in town.
Haha. Alright, you know what that means, Omar? Back and forth from NC to New York when Jeezy had the crown, he meant Jay-Z, because Jay-Z called himself the King of New York at one time, because he was very, very popular out of New York. Alright, let's continue. Oh, that's nice. Angels shedding tears in heaven. Word to Eric Clapton. So, okay, I could break that down for you, Omar. So Eric Clapton made a song called Tears in Heaven when his son jumped out of a window and died. That was a big deal, that song. So that's again, it shows you that J. Cole is not he has influences with other music. He's not, he opens his mind, Omar, and that's why you got to open your mind to everything. Don't be closed-minded, because as you can see, he wouldn't have said that if he didn't know about that song. All right, let's continue.
Arkham Knight. Yeah, that's just what Gotham needs. Another.
Ha ha ha! This is a better one, Omar.
This whole city's a mess. We need Joker back. He can get everybody in line.
Yahweh, ha ha ha. God watching, hey Yahweh, that's good. We're sending it Yahweh. I-95. You know where the I-95 is? That's the, that's in New York City, a famous highway. Actually, not too far from me. It's only 5 minutes away. I could go on the I-95. Yeah, that's pretty good, Omar. I like that one better than some of the other ones because of the content. It was faster, and also I like the again he references a lot of old stuff, which goes to show you that he's not like a young stupid rapper, because a lot of these young rappers don't know anything of like anything, man. They're just so stupid, man, and they get lucky breaks and shit like that, but they're not really.
My social experiment continues. Somewhere nearby is a cruel, vicious thug with a microbomb rammed right where his sense of refinement should be. But why am I even telling you? We both know there's no point in rescuing people like him.
The remote will let me scan for Riddler's victim without getting close. There's Riddler's victim.
them, Batman! They don't deserve it!
Let's see.
What's Ivy doing working with the Met?
You probably heard this one before. Maybe not, but I think maybe you did. I'll give you a little hip hop now.
Ivy and her damn plans to the party.
You probably heard that one. But it's a good song nonetheless. I don't know if you ever read the lyrics on it. It's good.
Two-Face is hitting banks? Smart. Two-Face ain't forgetting what the Bat did to him in the courthouse. He wants payback, and I want to be there to see it. Nah, there's no way he's ever been to London. He just puts on that accent to sound scary. We should get out of town. Scarecrow's planning something, I can tell. These tanks and stuff must have cost a fortune. First an army turns up, then giant plants burst out of the ground. I thought Gotham would be easy pickings tonight.
Yeah, that one's alright. I like that song. That was yeah, that was a good one. That's that, you know, a lot of all those lyrics are true in that song too. So when they shot 50 Cent, he said that the guy that got him shot got killed 3 weeks later, which I think happened, and he said he wasn't breathing. Like, all those are like all true, those lyrics. They're not just bullshit. Like, it actually happened, because 50 Cent got shot like 9 times or something in Jamaica, Queens, which is ironically only like 20 minutes away from me if I drive. So at that time it was pretty bad, the neighborhood. It's still actually not that good. It's not as bad. Manny man.
Militia keep talking about this cloudburst thing. Maybe it's time to get out of town. I heard Batman ain't been the same since Joker checked out.
Omar, what does your friends think that you like J. Cole so much? Do they like him or no? What kind of music does your friends like? Oh, I don't like online dating. I don't know, man.
Get after it! You're going down, Batman!
Is it all J. Cole, Omar? Is there any other shit? Ooh. This is painful. Omar, is that all you listen to, though? Like, you don't listen to any other, like, rappers or anything? He sounds very much like me, Omar. He sounds like a disgruntled man. I mean, like, I rip on online dating. I'm always bitching about online dating. He's like, he just sounds like he sounds like a typical typical guy my age, Omar. I swear, no wonder why you come in my stream all the time. I sound just like him. I'm always bitching about shit like that. Always upset about everything. But it's like, you know, what are you gonna do, Omar? You know, it's like, I guess at least he's making a living out of it.
He's been working on this stuff for months.
Well, it's pretty interesting. He takes, like, the common... I guess he takes the complaints of, like, your... You know... Your... young adult, or I'd say a little older. Because if you think about it, Omar, like... me and him, we're not far apart in age, and he's taken the complaints of his generation, his peers, and he's making songs about them and stuff like that. You know, like he's, so it's not a bad thing. I don't again, like, I don't hate. I think he's okay. I like the fact that he's actually like my age and not like a fucking kid, and he's actually kind of speaks to some relevancy of what's happening in the world. Where I feel like just the young rappers don't even do that, so they just don't care about anything. But, so I guess that's good in that sense. Would you send me on?
putting Scarecrow's show back on.
Not looking too good for the Bat family, eh? Well, on the bright side, your Christmas card list is getting shorter by the minute. Don't pretend you haven't spotted all these watchtowers popping up on rooftops. This is our domain, Bats. Surely you're not gonna let some jumped-up jarheads muscle in on our turf. I don't know about you, Bruce, but I could sure go for some killing people right now. What? Not in the mood? Maybe later then.
My favorite
The beat's
ride was
nice.
Stargate Blackgate, but this is top 3. Easy.
Yeah, it's not bad, this song.
Man, you seen those plants? Ivy's taken over the city, and the Bats are letting her.
Anybody seen that Anarchy guy? That kid'd love this. Arkham Knight's pretty freaking brave. You'd have to be to take on the Bat after he killed Joker.
You know, Hugo Strange used to lecture us like Scarecrow, but he sent food packages too, you know?
Oh yeah, Ivy and the Bat, best friends working together. That'll last.
It was pretty good on Marlo. It was pretty good song.
Not pretty.
Another bit, alright. I don't know too much about the whole thing with Drake and Kanye. Why did he say he got confused with that? Was he... Did they have a beef or something happened where they got together because of money or something? What the fuck happened there?
Sorry, man. I gotta link up with Harvey's crew. We got plans.
Yeah. Not J. Cole, I'm sorry. Kendrick. Yeah, what would they say? Kendrick Lamar, whatever. So what happened with the beef? Was there some sort of beef between Kanye, Kendrick Lamar, Drake, or something? Some sort of shit happened or something? Because he said something confused him with that. You know, come on, you know this shit, Omar. You know the young kids. The young guy beef, I mean. I don't know it. I don't know these young rappers beefs and shit. I only know, like, the old timers. Well, I can't stand Drake, dude. I'll be honest. I think he sucks. I just don't think he's good. And I know he's really, like, I don't know if he's considered mumble rap or not. Like, I think he does a lot of mumble rap, too, but I don't know if he does all mumble rap. I just don't like him. I just don't like him as a person. I just think he's, like, kind of, like, dumb and shit. Like, there's nothing special about him, man. He's like a troll, I feel. Kind of like a dumb troll. Like, not even, like, a good one. There's just something I don't like about him, and you know what it is? I don't understand why people like Drake so much, is what I don't get. Like, he's very liked for some reason, and I don't see it. Like, I see no talent in him. I actually see a talentless person who doesn't have a good flow. I'm not really all that with his lyrics.
Who the hell invited Ivy and her damn plants to the party?
Yeah, but is he? Because I know so many people that don't like Drake. Or don't give a shit to even know about him or like him. Is he really that good? What, because he makes money or something? Because he sells well? Because of a young generation that buys his shit? Like, what does that mean on paper? That's like saying LeBron James is the best on paper when he's really not. You can't... I mean, best rapper of all time. It's such a... Nah, you know what? I just don't really care for him as a person, Omar. Like, honestly, I see some of the shit he pulls, and I just think he's kind of like a punk. He, like, tries to act goofy and shit when he's not. I don't know, I just don't care for him, man. Like, he's just somebody, you can never... I don't think I've ever liked him. I just never cared for his... anything he did. I don't like the fact that he was trying to, I don't like the fact he was trying to hit on Doris Burke all the time at every fucking basketball game, and she was like 50 years old. And he's fucking, like, was a lot younger than her, and he fucking had shirts saying he loved her, and he was trying to give her flowers and take her out on a date, and he was doing all this dumb shit like a thirsty motherfucker for an older lady, and it was really embarrassing to himself. I just don't like him. And then when he tries to do freestyles, he fucking has to read off his phone. He stutters. He fucking doesn't even like know how to read his own shit that good. His rhymes are not really all that great. He's nothing like Eminem or any of the good lyrical rappers. I just don't think he's all that good. I don't think he's all that good, Omar. Like, I don't care what records he's looking at. Maybe he's looking at breaking... Well, look, I'm not gonna lie. He's been around for a long time, Drake. He's been on the top scene for a long time. And maybe he's going by those numbers that he's... Look, LeBron James has been in basketball for almost 20 years. Yeah, but why would you change that then? If old Drake used to write his lyrics, why would he lose that skill? Why would he sell out and do that? And it kind of shows you the type of person he is then. He's lazy. He just maybe wants to pump out for money and maybe make himself the number one. Look at 50 Cent's records, right? I mean, I'm sorry, not 50 Cent. Look at LeBron James's records. So when you look at LeBron James, right? And look what he did with the Lakers last year. They didn't even make the playoffs. and he was scoring 50 points a game to try to get to the number one scoring leader of all time, right? He passed up Michael Jordan, and you do realize that there's a problem with the on-paper analytics, right, Omar? Like, you do realize that. So, if somebody has a longevity aspect to their game, like Drake, and LeBron James, they put in the hard work, and they show up every day, right? Who did that also? John Cena in wrestling. It's called the longevity game, and they basically show up. They do their tours. They always keep producing, and over time they surpass records and become statistically, quote unquote, the number one. But when you look at it from a, what's the term? An actual different point of view, like of talent and skill and things like that. It's not that they're really that skilled or talented. It's the fact that they stayed in the game so fucking long. John Stockton was another 20-year vet that, if you look at his numbers, he had the number one steals and number one assists of all time, and you'd be like, damn, John Stockton must be the best basketball player of all time for a point guard. Yet, he has no fucking rings. Okay, but what does that matter, Omar, if like 80% of Drake, the people that listen to him, are like, there's so many girls that listen to Drake too. Like, all these females like get on his dick. And, you know, look at NSYNC and Backstreet Boys. Look at fucking Everybody, yeah. You look at the views on that song, it's like 1.something billion views. I'm sure it broke records. NSYNC broke records. One Direction probably has their own records, but that they did. You know, like these dumb fucking groups. What does that mean? What are you looking at? You want to look at records, you look at Eminem's records. And then you say, now that's a guy that fucking broke records. You want to look at records, you know, you look at Michael Jordan, 6 rings and fucking 10-time scoring leader. He doesn't have to be on paper for most triple-doubles or highest point ever made, being that he only had a 13-year career. But what he did in his 13 fucking years is equivalent to LeBron James having 30 years in the NBA. Does that make sense, Omar? That's when you really see greatness, is that in the time that they impacted, how much did they impact in the time that they had? Not being around forever. Because look, but Omar, but you can't even look at records like that, streamed and shit like that. A lot of people that are streaming shit are kids that are in their house and have nothing to do. Okay? You can't always look at records like that, the most streamed content, or the Mr. Beast or something like that. These are people that you think are all great, but there's nothing too special about them. Like, you want to take really great at something, or really powerful in something. It's not, Mr. Beast or some fucking YouTube streamer or somebody who has records and streams and crap. It would be like Jeff Bezos on Amazon or something. It would be like fucking Elon Musk. And you say, okay, wait, those guys really made money, or those guys really went high. I don't look at, Eminem in his field is definitely as good as you're gonna get. He is what a rapper is. Tupac, in his short time, in my opinion, made more of an impact than Drake will ever make. 50 Cent made probably more of an impact than Drake. Maybe similar, but 50 Cent will always be hailed as someone who's real, where Drake is fucking... A lot of people don't like Drake. Now, you can say Justin Bieber broke all sorts of records, right? Because I think he did, for being one of the most popular. I think Justin Bieber had the second most popular song on YouTube, or second most popular video besides Baby Shark. And that's Justin Bieber's song, Baby. Omar, Justin Bieber, if you go on Google and look up the type of records that Justin Bieber held, I believe Justin Bieber at one time had the most viewed YouTube video, which was Baby. Baby, Baby, right? That was the number one viewed YouTube video. And I think the only thing that surpassed it was Baby Shark. Okay? Now, with that being said, does that mean Justin Bieber's the best artist in the world because he had the most streamers? Does that mean that? Like, seriously, break it down. Oh, statistically speaking, crazy, Justin Bieber has more stream viewers than anybody. Therefore, he's the best musician in the world. How many people hate Justin Bieber? 1 out of every 2 people don't like him? I'd rather listen to somebody that gets respect, 9 out of 10, than somebody that's hated by 500 million people. So, just because Justin Bieber may have 2-point-something billion views on that video, how many people don't like him is the question. He's not liked too much. He's got like a half and half type of thing going on, where right, but the difference between Michael Jackson and Justin Bieber is that Michael Jackson may actually be a pedo, and yet people are willing to forgive that because he's so much more talented than Justin Bieber. So you can't go by streams and views and things like that, because Michael Jackson sold so many albums and made so many money and was so fucking talented. I think records are very subjective, Omar. It's subjective to a lot of circumstance, I feel. It's a lot of it's the time that you come out. So if you enter a field when it's blowing up more, you're gonna probably set more records, right? So it's kind of like if nobody knows about basketball, and I use basketball as like because there's a lot of analytics in basketball, but if you know, look how good Larry Bird was or Magic Johnson, but yet they don't hold records as much as you think, because basketball, you know, they didn't blow up yet, and you know, careers were much shorter, and people didn't watch basketball as much, and things were different, right? The workout regimens were different, everything was different. Now, but yet if you look at Larry Bird's mixtape, it's actually probably more impressive than a lot of people that you see in today's game. But yet you could be like, well, so many people in today's game could do all this stuff now. But at the same time, you know, there's a lot of things, like I said, it's a lot of related to time. It's related to, there's a lot of circumstances. So no, I don't think holding records is always like a number one thing. Because like I said, you could probably look at Justin Bieber and he probably has a lot of fucking stupid records out there. You know, like a lot of fucking things that nobody broke. Maybe most viewed music video might be Justin Bieber, believe it or not. But does that mean he's all that good? You know? So you got to look at things like that. Like, I don't go by records. You know, look, LeBron James breaks a lot of records for if you look at records alone, you could say LeBron is better than Michael Jordan, just by all the records he has. He has the most triple-doubles. He's got a crazy amount of assists. He's got all these fucking things, but yet, let's take it to another perspective. He's been in the league for almost 20 years. He's been to the finals, God knows how many times, like 9 or 10 times. I don't know what the fuck it was. He's only won 4 times. Jordan's been to the finals 6 times and won all 6 of them. And won finals MVP every time. That's something to fucking say. So, there's a good chance if Jordan went to another 4 finals, he probably would have won them. LeBron has a longevity aspect where he has a very long career. Now, why is that circumstantial? Because we live in a modern time. There's modern exercise techniques. There's modern nutrition. There's modern... people don't age as quickly because of all these modern techniques. Basketball players are retiring into their 40s now. You know that in Jordan's era, Scottie Pippen retired at 34, for God's sakes. People were retiring at like mid-30s. in Larry Bird's era. Larry Bird retired at like 31, 32. 31, I think. People retired earlier. So again, that's where records don't hold up, because there's circumstance. And circumstance has to do with what is of modern times. Did the sport blow up? Modern medicines, modern music, modern everything. So now J. Cole can make fun of new rappers only making a measly 100 thou, right? But let's break that down. And really listen. But Omar, do you get what I'm saying though? Like, do you understand what I'm saying though? I'm saying, like, you're arguing a point. I get it, but I'm saying is that there's circumstance, and a lot of things kind of play into things now. So, for example, like if J. Cole says a new rappers make a measly 100 thou, okay? Why is he saying that? Because albums don't sell anymore, okay? Where did music go, Omar? Where did music go? I want you to answer the question. Where do people listen to most of their music? It's one word. It's not albums. People don't buy albums no more. It's one word. What do people do for music now? You know, when they're driving their car or they want to listen to music. If it's not YouTube. Where do these artists make their money? It's two things. Yeah, but from what though? Where are they streaming it from? Because they don't look. Here's how it works. A lot of artists gravitate away from making albums too. They don't even make albums as much as you think. A lot of like rock bands and things are kind of just releasing singles more than anything because of Spotify. That's the word I wanted you to say, Spotify. Spotify is something that is what makes artists... Yeah, there you go. Boom. Alright, you said it. Apple Music, Spotify. Okay. So, that's what gets them their money. Now, what's the other thing that gets them their money? Tours, right? Doing concerts. That's the second thing for revenue. So, when J. Cole says you make a measly 100 thou, he's saying that because albums don't really sell anymore. Now, when 50 Cent came out, he broke every fucking record for selling physical hard copies of albums. Like, if you look at the 50 Cent sales, like in the first week, it's probably still up there on the because how it was relevant to the time when it came out. People still bought albums. They actually went to a store and physically bought an album. And that gave him so much money. So now, because 50 Cent has a record like that, right? Do you say 50 Cent's the best of all time because he holds a record? No. That's just because it was circumstantial to the time. And see, people don't understand that. What people fail to realize is that, sure, 50 Cent was number one, but it was circumstantial to the time. Records sold at that time. Now rappers make a measly 100 thou on an album because it's the same reason why box office records in a movie theater is not that high, because of streaming apps like Netflix and shit. People don't go to box office as much anymore. People don't go. Look at The Dark Knight, for example. 2008 Dark Knight, right? It was like, Netflix wasn't really blowing up as popular yet. I don't know if it just came around 2006 or something. I don't know when Netflix just came out, but it was still a very new thing. And streaming was not as popular. And 2008 was Dark Knight, and it made like $700 fucking million in the box office. You'll never see a movie do that again nowadays. Very rare. You may get like a superhero movie here and there that will make a lot of money, like, Avengers Endgame or something, but it's not going to happen often. And the thing is it's because of, again, the same reason why 50 Cent did so well with his album sales. Probably similar why Drake holds some of his records. It all has to do with circumstance and timing. It doesn't mean they're the best. I don't think 50 Cent's the best. I don't think, The Dark Knight movie is the best movie of all time. I mean, the fucking movies that are probably like The Godfather or something is probably way better, rating-wise, but Dark Knight made a lot more money than The Godfather. But it had to do with circumstance. It doesn't mean it's something to study if you're going to make something new. If you're going to be a new rapper, I would not recommend somebody study how Drake does it. Because I don't think that's the way to go. Like, if you were going to be a rapper, I might say study Eminem, or study, like, a good lyricist, or study Dr. Dre's beat-making abilities, or something like that. That's who you study. Don't study anything Drake does. I don't care what the fuck record he holds. He's a fucking fluke. I'm sorry, but that's a fluke. I would tell people, don't imitate Justin Bieber and try to get 2 billion views on a video like Justin Bieber. That's a fucking fluke. Okay? So, there are times it's a fluke. Now, in like someone like LeBron James's case, he is talented, and he is good. And he deserves credit, someone like LeBron James. But, he's no Jordan. And that's just how it is, man. It's all circumstantial. You know, records are held in different times and different eras because of different reasons. You can't go by like, oh, well, he's number one because he was the number one streamed artist. Like, really, I could say that about fucking Justin Bieber. You could say that about Ariana Grande. You could say about fucking people like that. They're probably fucking super streamed. That doesn't mean it. Like, no. Because I think LeBron is going to be retiring. Modern medicine and workout techniques can only take you so far. And honestly, how old is LeBron? He's like a year older than me. How many more years do you think he's got, you know? So, LeBron would have to, if anything, I'm going to say this. Stephen Curry probably has a better chance of becoming more recognizable even than LeBron. Because LeBron's game at this point is going to come to an end soon, in the next couple of years, and he's already always going to be hailed as like a top 5, right? I would even say top 3, let's just say. But Stephen Curry is not that old. And well, look, here's the thing: if LeBron, LeBron isn't. He's a very strong, physical athlete, and he could probably stay to like 44 or something, or 45. He probably couldn't. Who knows? In that time, there might even be medicines and technologies that can make him last another 5 years. So, I mean, if he stays till 50, could he pass up Jordan? On paper, sure, he'll have more statistics. But at the end of the day, Omar, it's like, how you gonna pass Jordan when Jordan did as much as you or more in such a short amount of time? Like, that's what it really boils down to. It boils down to how much did this person do in the time that they played the game. You know, who was more exciting to watch? Was it LeBron or Jordan? And a lot of people will say Michael Jordan. I mean, you know, there's a reason why Michael Jordan has like close to $2 billion, right? I mean, he made a sneaker that everybody wanted to buy. He made a clothing line that everybody wears to this day. He is synonymous with basketball, and there's a reason why he's got like $2 billion or whatever. I don't think LeBron has money like Jordan, and it's because nobody gives a shit to buy LeBron's products and stuff. Like, you don't really see people. I don't want to see him windmill dunking at 50, Omar. I don't want to fucking see an old man dunk. I want him to retire. I'm tired of looking at him. I mean, he's good. I ain't saying he's not a bad player by any means. He's really good. But it's like, I like enough already with him. You know, like so many people on his dick. And it's like, dude, it's like, I think Stephen Curry's more exciting when he hits half-court shots and shit like that, to be honest. I mean, Stephen Curry, to me, is doing something nobody's ever done. You know, you look at LeBron, and if you look up Sean Kemp's highlight reel, he's LeBron James. Sean Kemp, they used to call him the Rain Man, was a big, muscular guy that was fast and athletic and would dunk all the time and do windmill dunks, pretty much. And LeBron is definitely more skilled than Sean Kemp, but their inside dunk game is almost identical. And I don't want to see LeBron anymore, man. It's like, I'm tired of him. But to me, Stephen Curry is a little more on the talent level, and he does stuff that nobody really seen before. Like, Larry Bird was a good... Yeah, well, Tom Brady's supposed to be like the best quarterback ever, and he probably is. I don't know. I don't watch football that much anymore. I'm so tired of the NFL, but yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, man, Stephen Curry makes some nice shots. He's got a good 3-point highlight reel. You have guys like Larry Bird and other people, Glenn Rice and Ray Allen and all these other good 3-point shooters out there, but Stephen Curry's, actually shows better highlights, to be honest. Nah, not really, Omar. I can't. I don't watch tennis that much. I used to. I knew about some of the old guys. Andre Agassi and that other guy, Fedor or something, or was it Fedor? No, am I thinking of MMA? I remember the old time guys, but I don't remember too much about not even that much about the old timers. But no, I'm not really a big tennis guy, Omar. I know Serena Williams is very good with the women, that's for sure, but she kills all the women in it, but which is good in a sense. She made it exciting for women because, people getting tired of all the, she stood out. She was different. Probably on a ratio level. She probably dominates the women so much that it overshadows what the men could do. You get it, Omar? I think they interviewed Serena Williams and they said that, and she said that she wouldn't even be in the top 100 if she had to compete against men. It's just that when you look at her ratio of how many females she dominated versus the top male players, she dominated a lot more females. So that's so if you want to say pound for pound, like best in your field, she might be considered the best tennis player if you think about what she did in her competitive element, right? So if you think about what Serena Williams did against other females for as long as she did it, compared to any male player, what they did to other males, Serena Williams is probably better. So think of it that way. On a ratio level. Which is impressive. That's impressive. It's an impressive feat to have. So, if they said she was the best of all time, as a whole, maybe. It's a subjective term in a sense because she's not gender neutrally going against men, but because of the longevity and the ratio aspect of how she dominated the female division as much as she did, I would say you could probably say that. I mean, it's not too much of a stretch to say the best of all time. I'd give a woman her due. I give her a due, though. Serena Williams definitely deserves some credit for what she did. I mean, she's been around, Omar, since I was, like, a kid, man. I think she's, like, a year or two older than me, dude. She's been around forever, this woman. And she's dominating the fucking league forever. Like, there's no women that, like, really beat her. And if you look at, like, her win ratio, I'm sure it's probably even more so than most men out there. So, I mean, could you say she might be subjectively the best tennis player of all time? Maybe. I mean, she has a lot to show for it, so right. And how old is that person? The second best in the world. She's probably a lot younger, I bet. So if Serena Williams is still holding up against younger girls and stuff, that goes to show you how dominant she is. So, I'm not saying anything bad about her. I will always put her up there. Like,
did I ever tell you I hate plants? Especially the man-eating ones.
She's probably the only woman I'd put up there.
I'm getting stronger, Bats. Can you feel me? I'm gripping tighter and tighter to this weakening mind, and I'm not gonna let go.
Right, and how old is Serena Williams? I think she's older than me, right? Or she's got to be close to my age, if she's not. So if she's beating 25-year-old females that are, you know, athletic enough to play tennis, and she's still dominating against girls much younger than her, that's pretty impressive. She's got a good stamina and longevity in her that probably a lot of men don't have. A lot of men probably retired earlier and shit. So she might be subjectively the best tennis player in the world because of that reason. And again, this is where longevity counts. Because her longevity actually got her wins and championships and things, where someone like LeBron's longevity doesn't even beat Michael Jordan's. So this is where longevity starts to really count, is if you got accolades for your longevity. And, you know, but then you can always make the argument that the female division is not as good. Serena Williams said herself that if she was in the male division, she wouldn't even be in the... she would just barely make the top 100 best male tennis player. So that's a subjective thing to say. I mean, I'm glad she said something like that because it goes to show you that she understands her place, and it's actually more respect for her to say something like that. So, if you want to use terms like best in the world, if sports was gender neutral, it would be a different story. But because sports ain't gender neutral, and they should never become gender neutral, you will have Serena Williams out there who subjectively might be the best tennis player in the world. So whenever you see these stupid 17-year-old university students or 18-year-old university students that want gender neutrality in sports, just remember that gender neutrality in sports, you will never see a Serena Williams again. I don't know. I just think nobody in tennis... The thing is, nobody gives a shit about male tennis players. Omar, nobody cares about tennis players that are male anymore. Like, tennis... Serena Williams she made a name for herself, you know? And she made a very big name for herself, so I give her that. I really do. Like, I don't give a fuck about male tennis players, Omar. Like, honestly. I don't even know any male tennis players, to be honest, anymore. So she's transcending the sport, which is a good thing. It's like the same reason why we don't know too much about WNBA players. And the same reason why we don't know too much about male tennis players. Is because it's like certain sports are kind of like better viewed with a certain sex, I think. I think a female, a muscular, attractive female running up and down a tennis court is more pleasing to the eye than the male tennis players. If you ever look at male tennis players, they look like fucking retards. They got bandanas on their heads. I don't know, they just don't look appealing. Yeah, Federer, that's the guy. Federer was the guy who was head-to-head with Andre Agassi back in the day. So I said Fedor, because I was thinking of Fedor Emelianenko from MMA. But yeah, Federer. So Federer was supposed to have one of the hardest, fastest serves. Roger Federer had like one of the fastest serves back in the day. He would, you know, that was what he was known for, was serving. And Agassi was more, Andre Agassi was more known for his control. But those two were like head-to-head type guys. But other than those two, I don't think male tennis players are popular anymore, really. Because Serena Williams, in my opinion, she blew them out of the water. Like, if not in skill, I don't know about in skill. Probably Roger Federer is a better tennis player, most likely. But I would say Serena Williams in popularity is a lot. I mean, 10 times more popular than Roger Federer. 10 times, 20 times. Now, does that mean just because Serena Williams is 30 times more popular and more streamed and more viewed than Roger Federer, does that make her a better player? You know, yes or no? And how do you honestly answer that? Well, no, she's not a better player. But she's much more popular. So you got to look at things like that. Again, circumstantial, time, all that shit. They had a movie made about those two sisters. Fucking Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. But the whole point is that, you know, she's very famous, you know? Doesn't mean she's better. But she might subjectively be the best tennis player ever for the impact she left on the sport. And her dominating of other females. I don't know if that makes sense to you, Omar. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I'm saying everything is subjective. You know, you can't just go by you know streams like Drake has or something like that. You just can't go by that. You know, we live in a weird time. And people are like, you know, people aren't even as cultured anymore. Like people don't even understand what's good anymore. You know, if you don't understand what's good, it's like if you're brainwashed. Look at Nazi Germany, for God's sake. You know how many people in Germany were brainwashed, Omar, that Hitler was a good guy? You know how many people in today's world say, "Oh, if I was German, I would never, ever support Adolf Hitler if I was in Germany." You know 99% of Germany supported him? You know why? Because they'd kill you if you didn't. The SS would kill you if you didn't support Hitler. So as much as people try to pretend like they're a hero and say, "Oh, I would never be like that," chances are you wouldn't be the 1% to go against that and die. You would support it. Yes, chances are you'd support someone like Hitler if you lived in Germany in that time period. But this is what people don't think about things like that. Everybody wants to be a hero. Oh, if that was me, I'd fuck that person up. If that was me, I would never do that. Blah blah blah. Yep. We'll see how that really applies if you're in this situation. So you always got to think outside the box, man. You know, it's in today's world. I think it's easier, and also keep in mind that the population is bigger too. So right now we're looking at a planet that has, like, if you look up the population on the planet, what are we at? We're at a high number, man. Hold on, let me see. I'll go on Google. Population of the world. Omar, we're at 7.577. Almost 7.6 billion people on the planet that we live on right now. You know how much that is? So now, let's look at the population of the world when I was born. 1985, when J. Cole was born. Okay. When I was born, the population of the world was 4.8 billion. Okay? So the population of the world was 35 to 40% less than what it is now. That's a big number. It's really big. 41% actually, I think. Wait, how let me see. Yeah, it's a really big number, Omar. So what I'm trying to say is you gotta add the fact that you know, the population is higher, people are stupid, or more stupid. The internet allows information to spread at a much quicker rate. So therefore, certain talents and things are able to be learned more, right? So why do people give Michael Jordan so much credit? Well, he did it in a time that You didn't have YouTube to study everything. You had to practice. You had to watch videos, cassette tapes, and rewind and study shit. Dennis Rodman used to fucking study the trajectories of rebounds by rewinding tapes all day. Now, a basketball player could watch YouTube clips all day. Do you see the difference? What I'm trying to say? So it's like you almost even have to take away more from guys like LeBron James, in a sense, because the guy's been around forever and somehow still can't beat Michael Jordan, who came from an era and a time where it was so much fucking harder. You get what I'm saying, Omar? Does that make any sense to you? And that's why I think it's such a big deal to put that into perspective. And people want to, swear that LeBron is the best or whatever, but they don't look at the argument fully. I'll be honest, I think Jordan, in their prime, Jordan's fundamental skills are he's got the best post up fadeaway shot and mid-range game. And he's a better defender. I think Jordan would steal the ball from him. Could LeBron drive on Jordan? Yeah, because he would have a size advantage. Would LeBron be much faster than Jordan? I think they'd be similar speed. He'd definitely be stronger than Jordan. Would he be able to dunk on Jordan? Probably. Because Jordan, I don't think, could block him. I think he'd overpower Jordan. But where Jordan would beat LeBron is Jordan has so much fundamentals when it comes to footwork, post-up fadeaways, mid-range game, a cleaner jump shot. Jordan has Jordan's defense ability is so much more killer instinct than LeBron. He'd probably steal the ball a lot from him. I think Jordan has it. I think Jordan would beat him in a one-on-one. I really do. I think LeBron would miss a lot of shots, in my opinion. But that's my opinion. And that's if they're in their prime.
Meerkats without the ads?
Oh, am I an ad?
Get YouTube Premium. All YouTube, no interruptions.
Huh.
Here, Omar, I want you to see this. I still think Jordan would have Kobe, but I think Kobe would give a good battle though. But I think Jordan's shot is a little bit cleaner. Still think Jordan would have. And I think Jordan's footwork is better. Kobe is more explosive. All right, Omar, I'll let you go. I was gonna make you watch that, but go to sleep, Omar, because I have to I'll probably get something to eat or something. Unless you want to watch that real quick. You want to watch that real quick, Omar, or no? Alright, Omar. I'll talk to you later. I'm gonna get something to eat then. Alright. Later.